Again. That means it's stream day, you know. So let's get to it. To the stream. 23rd of October, 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Harebrine. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. Never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. You're an idiot. Why do I always have to deal with idiots? Help me! Feel it every time I'm here. That gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But you're telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? You have a rabbit in your brain. It's probably all in the What I'm telling you is, you have a bunny in your brain. Yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life! This is not Harebrine's original voice, but I'm going with that. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public! Cough voice. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. The explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail! My commemorations, Mr. Naruhodo. My commemorations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with a most awesome case here. Sholmes! I didn't expect to see you here. Here it is. That's very mean, Mr. Renault, leaving me home alone at home with Hurley. At least an hour to waken. Are you Sherlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir. I am he, Sherlock Sholmes. Sholmes, you're an idiot. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even while living in Germany. Yes, Rams Magazine is in sale in Germany, too. It was sublime. Your deduction in the adventures. Silver Blades is wonderful. Yes, a memorable case indeed. Third the snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. Do appreciate your support. To disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. Upward your business at Madame Tusapel's. You mean your Waxwork job? No, the Waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. So you're trying to get the bottom of that ransom note, aren't you? We're just depend on it. This is the safe alternative Waxwork, naturally. You're an idiot. As such, I tend to give it my undivided attention. Bye. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. So what we're saying is you're going to be completely unmonitored without Ronosuke to help. Great! It's 1 year you get anything done. Return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pliability description. Ooh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quiet, Iris, quiet. Life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for pie. How does that work? This guy. This guy. The universe is intraceable mysteries, you might say. Sholmes. Oh yes, quite definitely. Absolutely. I totally understand. Thanks, Bunny Brain. Something a little starstruck. Very look, Professor Habrain. Oh! Well, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? If you've remarkably little grounding in science, I fear I have to inform you. Compelling against the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be. Practical information, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. It's completely barking up the wrong tree. How can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. It is that contradiction that would be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Oh, I totally didn't realize that Iris is in fact wearing that stupid outfit of hers. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it. On my own. Iris, I have you. Oh, what about you, Iris? No, I'm afraid I can't help. Something I need to do. Oh, that's very helpful. I see. So you're leaving me too. Dang, 'cause I don't have a judicial assistant today. It's gonna be a bit of a surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant, court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. 10 sharp, am I right? An experiment that the laws of science say can't be possibly succeed, and the scientist is convinced that it did. That's the riddle you'll have to unlock here, Roanosuke. That's the key to this case. That's not the Japanese way of pronouncing his name, and I know that, but I pronounce it American, so shut up. Oh, wait. 9/23rd, October, 9:10 a.m., the Old Bailey Courtroom. Hello, Van Zeeks. Alright, let's see our... Name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We're sitting here today for the public trial of Professor Albert Habrain. And I'll call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice. What's more, I'm without Sisyphus on today. Just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Oldie Osman. Mr. Osman was well known as a financier, but that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. Could you be any more vampire today? Dude. Just a month ago, the man appeared in court, prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zeeks. The jury unanimously found him not guilty, because every member of the jury had been bribed, by the sound of it. Other criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. Work at the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Aspen's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. All the six of you ready to fulfill your societal duty. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, some shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials. All are nothing more than performances. One experienced scholar that defies repetition of science deserves to hang! We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Objection? How young are you? You look to be about 10. Isn't that the police officer from the Waxwork Museum? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Why? That's the police killer animal lookalike. Again. Exhausted as ever, it seems. So I'm sure you're all aware. The incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening. The death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim. No one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world will be on this trial. Duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. Besides latest developments, I take it, the government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition and improve Britain's technological advantage. It's being demonstrated by the accused is described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! Designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking! This voice is really hard. Ha! The whole idea is absurd! Physicists would never stand up to scrutiny. So I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? Expert in your field? I am, and my word and matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock! Expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. Prosecution's view on the matter. The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. Oh? What? What rot? Order! Order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is seen to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Aspen's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But this disastrous demonstration was no accident. Van Zeeks, I hate to point this out. Pretty sure that's not how money lending works. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Man, Van Zeek's theme is so awesome. I love this song. This song just has no right being this awesome. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will not bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Cape removed. Bailiff, Show the first witnesses to the stand. That would be our inspectors, I do believe. Oh no, it's Inspector Gregson and Hairbrain. What does this state your names and occupations for the court? Yes, sir! Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. So on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Hairbrain, scientist! You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. Graduating from University here in Britain. Hold on, let me grab my these slippers. I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. This is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. It was incredible, right? An incredible explosion! But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked! Everyone thought they must have done. That was a terrible accident, but... So should my hypothesis was a success? Well, that much is undeniable. From this photograph taken by the forensic science team. Inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The scientific exhibition, no less. Right, my lord. Seems the victim ran straight into it. That's interesting. It looks like he was stabbed. If he was exploded, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be as intact as he looks. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. Yoink. Even the description says it shows an apparent stab wound to the chest. Scott said the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. A number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. It's almost as if you could have made that with a crossbow. With this crossbow bow along. Motive financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So the submersive situation is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. Couldn't it be the explosion was caused by some malfunction in your apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it! My spinning machine! My poor spinning machine! You saw it yesterday, didn't you? You can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? That being the case, how can the facts be established? We possibly determine whether this was an accident or deliberate and malicious act. Simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry? Me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Say that with complete certainty. What? How can you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. Explain to the court, I'm not granting them this experiment to have been a front for murder. Murder most foul. A front for murder. Corpse that went crashing for the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. No, it didn't. It really doesn't. I made a minor miscalculation on the angle of the beam protection. That's all. That was my mistake. Post-mortem examination revealed another injury. A fatal wound. A lesion in his chest. where you've been bleeding, stabbed by something sharp right through the heart. It was killed before he went anywhere. This fellow's the only one who could have done it. Extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. Says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. Would say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No! That couldn't be further from the truth. The experiment plan document I was submitted to the security team. And stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. The machine was put into operation. There was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window. My word! What assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. Honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, now consider the shot murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? The officer submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Request is granted, counsel. Yoink. Buzzing, you know. It's a whole ludicrous performance. The only person on the stage from Mr. Aspen was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. And really? I'm really bad, look, it's supposed to be him. Hard to think of otherwise, really. Well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Focus here. It's been a while. I think we can only really press that, because I don't see anything, I'll be honest. Let's read this really quickly. Right, the Aspen Mail, 47 British. 21st October, around 2:20. Courtney Syfe, got it. Charged to a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Broken vertebra. Got it. I'm just gonna hold on to that. Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Ah! The cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. Experiment ended in a disaster. So-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor. What's the cause of the fatal disaster? Hold it! Well, the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally? Absolutely! The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only, you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right! That's the point! The calculation is so complicated even I can make a mistake. A little far for that brazen confidence? Maybe I should try it. I took into account subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. Consider every possible variable. Don't understand how this could have happened. Like that, and you had to include the way that the clothes Mr. Aspen was wearing at the time, I suppose. Ah. Crackly comets! The answer should have been there! Free! So much for safety first. The free must be for safety third. Thanks. You're an idiot. Hold it! Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I think I'll have to spread this out. But here we go. 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? You're right. So yeah, first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. That's not the case. We'll get your answer once I finish having my fists and chips. If you don't keep butting in every few seconds. Oh no, that's a bottomless bag. Hey, Ronosuke's pointing out that that's an endless animation. That's breaking the 4th wall, Ronosuke. Dim plummeted 20 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that it's the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it?
Hold it!
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for any possibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, what is of particular interest? This. Oh no. Oh yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Count? Ah-ha-ha! There he is. My trusty little companion, Andrew! What? Andrew? Of course. Ah, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. And in the mall, you know, we're one big happy family. How many bunnies are in your brain? I'm starting to think you have more than one. Andrew's my flat-headed screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. No, that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? Order! Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Thank you. So one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. Same screwdriver that was lodged in the grille on the floor of the kinesis machine. Should be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. This is blood, Mr. Aspen's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. And we can't claim it isn't his. It has a very distinctive A to it. Great! Good, before I went anywhere, this fellow's the only one who could have done it.
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that? Ha! Do you really need to ask? Only 2 people on that public experimentation stage, in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Aspen, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. We knew for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw it with my own eye. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. What? Only someone else on stage with the victim could have possibly done it.
Excuse me.
You have something to add? Professor Hairbrain, you have some information that may be irrelevant here. Professor! Ah, sorry! Just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that. This time you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who's gonna stab the victim? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly stab Mr. Aspen as you say. Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. The humans are warm-blooded mammals, blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. I'm sure you see, if I put something in the size of Andrew into the man's chest, it would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood-filling pool. Thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. Yeah, he has a point. He couldn't have possibly stabbed him during that. You see? Not one! True, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Order! Yep, here comes the wine. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I save a drop from my hallowed chest to accompany my old friends adducing. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barak, but I'm really not a patch on you. Yeet? No, you're not. No? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? A particular situation, which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course! Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir! Where are they going with this? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The victim was stabbed, which must have been left in his body while he was beamed through the air. Hey, Gregson. You want to hold this objection?
Objection!
You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood in the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The explanation for that is that the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. But to pick it up, the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Ah, well, I come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. Just let me look, nothing more. Vaguely, was it a touch of thing? Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. It shouldn't have been, should it? Well, what are you getting at? It had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine. It shouldn't have still been on the stage. Ah! That's right, it should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Aspen. But found still lodged in the victim's chest. Order! Explain this, Inspector. I don't... Looks as though everything that the victim had on his person was with him when he was beamed. It was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. Ew. It's a strange situation. People are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, I'm citing the screws here. My lord! Student is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument. We can only conclude that the testimony given given in support cannot be relied upon. Van Zeeks is like, oh, you bitch. Van Zeeks is stumped. Hairbrain! You have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. Bears out. The question told. Mr. Naruto, don't worry. About what? Delving into the details, there's no inconsistency. But even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Arslan's chest, I trust you to have wouldn't have moved, and remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. Why? What? Why on earth would you say that? Why would you say that? What? Even Barak is like, what the hell? Seems the illusion had been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, the spirit scientist's explanation? Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well. The defendant will testify again. Provided that the scientific explanation as to why he needs to see asserted by the defense fails to hold. With Apollo I will, my lord. Apollo? What? Okay, sure. Whatever you say, Albert. To be clear, I'm still at the stage gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal down. Metal weapon would have stayed put. Right. So you're saying that metal wouldn't have been transported, except for the fact, if that is true, Hairbrain, then how do you explain the man's glasses? In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't an inconsistency at all. It was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Our duty protect the incredible machine that we built together. And both of us are like, what is going on? So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon this hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer. This is as you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject made from wood for that very reason. Just you witness, Professor Hairbrain. Whose side are you on here? Take sides, Mr. Naruto. No. Just slice up and we're putting my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Bunny for brains. Is it working for us or against us? Hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruto. Alright. I'm gonna press everything first, and then I'm gonna try that. But you were to my argument, I wasn't lacking confidence in any way. Hold on, let me grab water. The ability to feel my voice is dying. No scientist can find the truth without first putting self-belief. Those are the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. You realize that this proven argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. It's the same great scientist, you know. Those are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist? Afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius name, you'll be the first to know! It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my little friend. Scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. So Lord Van Zeeks really did have a friend once, but I didn't notice her hell freezing over.
Hold it!
Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then. No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis. The comment based upon thousands of calculations. Widely known that metals can be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. That's clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? Isn't it the birdcage is made of wood, you see? Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the Sioptosa cage in which Mr. Aspen was placed for the kinesis. Oh, did you also mention the victim was detained? It does indeed seem to be made of a timber of some sort. We do not refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he is beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal. Correct. Yes, that's it! Yes! All fits perfectly with the mathematical model. Conclusion then. It's up to the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ah! Ah, indeed, sir. Beam me out of this nightmare. Scotty, please.
Hold it!
Seem to be pleased by that. Yes, no, my hypothesis holding true. And some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. You're not pleased? No. I knew it. Today, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Aspen losing his life. Science is no excuse. I know that. No, you're quite right. Cool. Did you have a close relationship with Mr. Aspen? Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. We only ever discussed my hypothesis in the project, in the research grant, of course.
Hold it!
How did you come to know Mr. Aspen in the first place? A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. So scientific journal? Gracious, I should need new spectacles. Learning a hypothesis is a great premise, but at the time, I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass. But Mr. Aspen read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory. And offered you money to help fund your work. Exactly, that's exactly what happened. On the theoretical side of things, Mr. Aspen provided me with an engineer for the practical. The 3 of us used that fantastic machine together. It brought to the great exhibition to demonstrate. We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. Stand all that side of things. Mr. Aspen took care of all of it. He was a wonderful man, really. I owe him everything. Uh-huh.
Hold it!
When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean you were involved in its construction? Yes! Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself. Physical construction was done by an engineer. Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible. Yes, I realize that. But still, if someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. Mr. Aspen and I told over that machine for so long. Our hearts and souls into it. I have to proceed with our work. So the machine must become safe. That's only fair. Because what happened was an accident. That's extending the testimony then. Thank goodness for that. Well, I'm doing any more damage. It's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. That all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Yeah. Hairbrain? I'm gonna present this here because look right here. Look, his face. If that isn't metal, I don't know what is. So,
Objection!
hold this objection. Professor Hairbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing but a metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? That's right, spot on, exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Aspen is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No! Metal can't... That's not... metal. No! Established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. If your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, should also predicted the metal rim spectacles would have been found in the same place. Ah! This is my hypothesis! Your Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say. Your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Wah! Order! Counsel, what is the implication of this? On the main question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place. It's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. But the expected success was perfect of all my work. Say something here. In my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4. Go ahead. Besides, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. 4. It pretends to be a fellow man of science. Wait, Scott! It's used my science as a suspect. It is proved, hasn't it? With all of us. The whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Me and my fellow jurors tell you that this man is a hero, blunder, and a fraud. She should be stripped down and fully examined. No, never had the machine seen since my entire hypothesis. This is a demonstration for a scientific equipment act. That was that blasted act all about, eh? Made up such a daft rule. I like the way this seems to be going. I'll help the professor.
Objection!
Hairbrain is yet to perfect his invention. That seemed to be the case, yes. And so what? To create a fake machine to display in public. You would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. It was foolish enough to deem this man's ridiculous notion plausible. His conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would the value of such a grant? £10? You're an order of magnitude out, madame. £500 a year! Ah! You put the ransom on that for 3 years. He's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Spying with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. Squeeze plenty motive enough for murder. I assure you! No! I haven't deceived anyone! This is about the government! Son, please, you must believe me!
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, it remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Back! And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Barak. is this heading? No idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators at the demonstration at this exhibition who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? It's gonna be Gina and somebody else. Request. I'd like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. There was no postiche. Killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. Clearly flawed in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? Take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take a stand. Got it for trial 1, easy enough. As you wish, my lord. Good, in that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Wow. That was barely an hour for trial section 1, by the way. We got like nothing done. We got like two cross examines done. Yeesh. I feel like I got nothing done. 23rd of October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth are you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth are you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. Been picking holes at it from the start. Sorry about all that. You promised me. You said you proved that your added explosion was an accident, not murder. So you keep my personal vengeance falling into anyone else's hand. All you've done so far is try to undermine me. I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... So you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, man died as a consequence, didn't he? No! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault, and I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. While we're on the subject, what about Barak? It's being awful. And his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? It's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? He's not classified as a Homo sapiens anymore? That's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Yes? What? Machine and demonstration you prepared. Based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. It was basically drawn with a firm belief that science was the only future. So yes, it's true that my house hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor. I understand. So, defendant! Witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Courtroom, please. Alrighty then, let's go. All hinges on that demonstration. Professor hypothesis is sound as he claims. Believes him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. On the other hand, Mr. Sholmes is adamant. A practical implementation such as was attempted by Professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. Really, what should I be trying to prove here? Good question. I don't know myself. 23rd of October, 11 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. At least we haven't had the court examined yet. Name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution. Are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zeeks, these new next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes? Indeed, they did. Luck would have it. One of them is a police detective. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. Detective of all people. Bronosuke. You know, said detective. The stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, still present with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. Prosecution position is clear. We'll bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. Since he seems to be in question, we'll clarify the truth unequivocally. Gina and two other interesting-looking people. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresator of all help balloons in the vicinity of the experimento stage. My name is... What the frick? My name is Wilhelm Gottfried Sigisheim Oystein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I am German in case you cannot tell. I am very rich. The Janet Lestrade, Scotland Yard. Great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. So on security duty, I think this exhibition. I'm not going to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. Didn't mention that she's seen the disaster from up on the balloon, actually, didn't she? Loved every minute of it. The 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. His witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, and saw events unfold from the skies above. Make it sound like they were in the clouds. It's only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low. And you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 50 feet. About 18 meters, then. For your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. You describe exactly what you witnessed, especially to those of you who are at a vantage point above the stage. I think this guy's going to be the key to my testimony. It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons are not damaged. This huge bang for the stage, and in the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. In front of me, see smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into the crystal tower. You get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Wow, that was vague. Extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? So in the witness testimony that I have not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. The other one is a nearby time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then as power supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. And the victim disappeared from the stage. And a moment later, the second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. She appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly, I came up here, but for my eyes was a person inside. The blast was so hot, I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. This accent is really hard. How many balloons does this guy have? I still have lots of money. So, who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he's disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Cha! I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. And, when I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Oh, yes, I see. Delightful face, I'm sure. Cha! Everyone says so. Right disguise, then. The testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts of the court. That despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. Furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. So, only the accused, who was with Mr. Aspen on the stage, possibly committed the murder. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution views on the matter are quite clear. Defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Three balloons flying above the experimentation site at this time, I understand. Si. All three of them, I bless me bambini. Are you Spanish? You're very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Well, let's have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Paid the old work guy. Your Majesty's police card, you know. Have all the luck. Well, popular. Why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in disguise, they could crash into each other. The balloons were decided by lots, with each operator meaning a particular area. See! And the zone about the pub experimentation is the most profitable. The impersonators, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court is a clear picture of the arrangements for the balloon rides at the exhibition. Hear more about the action witness of the incident. Alright, I can fill you in there, my lord. Ooh, lag, I felt that lag.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yup, and it's amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling ya, although being a lawyer is a mug game, you should join the voice of the making of flying together. Know me so well. Well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbed into the cave, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. That's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and that cave disappeared. Just like that. The moment the subject spotted was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. Didn't know what to make of it. There was another bang, right next to me here. Found, and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. There was nothing there before.
Excuse me.
Master Gotts, does your error today differ? My teacher at elementary school said that you meet something for the first time. You should always use the full name. Yes, what was it again? William Cartwright, Sigmund Ormstein. Just the four names, then. Wonders, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gino Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Odo! It's Inspector Lestrade. I don't have a problem with how I address him at the moment. That is not I saw. Not what I saw. Oh. Cha! You saw the second explosion and saw it right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure. This is what I said in it. 1 minute there was nothing there. The next a massive explosion. Elementary school said that someone else is speaking. If you are rude not to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Just before I see second explosion happen next to our balloon, clearly witnessed a green balloon flying into the sky. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it. You can't say I didn't. I will complain to the city council. I will cry and scream. But just about these truth. I will keep your appearance. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the blatant loyalty card, are ya? Typical. It's the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. Young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interests of coordination between Great Britain and Bohemia.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am proud Bohemian Prince. All the questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Ack. English is very annoying. The languages make countrymen as far superior. Like us all, it's very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reasons the planets never explode. Is it logical? That doesn't mean logical. You insult me. You insult all the Bohemia. Ah, dear. See, I'll become and shoot to all the stupid balloons under the sky. Awesome! Here you are, Your Highness. Only all international instances were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself. However, fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
The sky is becoming italic. Did you see that actually happen? No. In reality, I did not. I saw it after it hit the tower. So around the confusion around the stage, I ran to see what happened. There, I found that one of my balloons had crashed. Suppose they all are his livelihood. But when I looked up onto the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. Two. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. Cool. I'm a detective now. And tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. Thanks. Cage, but no one went near.
Hold it!
You gave the order to keep people away. Hey, use your head, Odo. How could it have been me? It's up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. So, because I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He's getting shoved and kicked all over by the panic inspector as he tried to set up the scene. Real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Or Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that... well, because of the smoke. Didn't really want to see it, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. It really is certain that the demonstration was genuine. What if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The explosion would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. And to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. I'll be right back and pee. Okay. Oops, I did a bad while I wasn't paying attention. See, I have proof that something green did explode that day. You know, I'm gonna push this here and see if this works here. So, hold that. Nope. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Wow. I need to reconsider this.
Hold it!
Press again. Okay, 25% the green cloth here. Ah, yes, that's where I hold this objection. Mr. Lune, in your testimony, all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. They've been caught in the explosions. It would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. Ah, I think it may be... See, part of a balloon. Or one piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. Made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Since I thought. This piece of cloth is found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Guts testified, Green Balloon did indeed explode that day. All the balloons in the sky but the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Lune. And your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! That day? Why didn't the man say so? Maybe a rumble was killed. No, having just been told upon the experience, awful. This thing's crashed 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
Telekinesis did occur after an explosion on the stage. It was shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were. Changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Lune? That I am died in Lune Incidente. Let's get fired up, Mr. Lune. It was a self-fatality that day. Right, I prove it! The saloon is not lying. There's no such balloon in the sky. It's non-possible. You're saying that it's impossible? Why? This is more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord. So let's refer to testimony from Mr. Lune. I concur, there's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. So, that was where I needed to push that. I pushed it too early. Oop, too late. Oops. Phantom balloon, I feel. With this, you will get supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah. Grazie, my lord. Yeah, this guy is Spanish. As I said, Professor Luna is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. Balloons were carrying passengers. They fell to the ground in an explosion. What a catastrophe! You can't get away from the fact that I burnt a bit of Professor at the scene, can ya? Couples at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown for the explosion at the stage. The stupid old Raccosaur was mistaken. My balloons had the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Interesting. So your assertion is the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you. See, exactamente. If you even saw a balloon in first place. The sound of it. It's very bad for business. Good mind to Switzerland, the Bohemia. Attack us. Viva Weimar. Before. Out for. What happened to all that war? This clearly doesn't appear to be lying. That doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. This is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements. The court must consider them truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. To the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. So, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Thank you. This has been pretty easy so far, I'll be honest.
Hold it!
You couldn't just... I've forgotten one, maybe? Signor. You might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about very enormous balloons! I believe I can make a mistake about something so grand and inexpensive? Of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. Fear no mistake has been made, then. Struck could have been sent for such a menial task. What? Me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. He said that kids like me can only count up to 2. Actually, that ain't true, but the boss bought it and then said you'd have to go in himself in that case. It'd be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground, for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Lune, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Idiota! Sorry? It is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And the balloon flies because it flies. What else? Must be Italian for I don't know. 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons, and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen. Lighter than air, but highly explosive. Ah yes, inflammable hydrogen. Good lord! I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What's the matter with you, Signor? All I can say about this explosion! Tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be. Or I cannot eat. It's exploded today. I am completely sure. If you still say that is what happened, but show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Lune had 3 balloons in the air that day. None were damaged. Then what was the one that exploded?
Hold it!
Surprised to find a piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Did you search the area surrounding the stage for clothes? Nah, no need to picking stuff up off the ground, me. Let's work out stuff way better. Diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss is on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into Crystal Tower, didn't it? Well, most of the investigating was going on. So, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cool, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could rescue it with this if I wanted to. Faster. Don't think of it. There was talk of some scorching on the ground in a meeting we had about the investigation.
Hold it!
Considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the coats that were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't kill over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. There was great panic after the incident, God. Nevertheless, the police should have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like be swiping all the decision chips, eh? And it's all pleasure. It's madness, that's got a balloon envelope means nothing. Niente!
Hold it!
You mean, the color is wrong? See, signor. You don't have any good abilities in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene. It's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode about the stage. Couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? When recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si! Excelente! Signor says, it's not from one of my balloons. Really, this little waxer from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me!
You have something to add? Something wrong, Master Gox. It's best way him got like Sigmund Ormstein. It's on the tip of my tongue. Just something is utterly wrong. I know what I saw. So it's okay, but it's there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. As much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. With evidence, back of then I must tell you your parents will punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is evidence? Simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why did you say so sooner? Fancy photograph here. Good gracious! What? I've not been put up in balloons for a while, so I was very excited. Took lots and lots of photographs. Let's see across the car. Let's see beaming exhibit. Let's see streets of London. Let's see hotels and let's see balloon. The instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that? Sure, some picture. Really? You did take one. I wanted to so right in his balloon. I was not particularly interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see that I'm not lying. Did see a green balloon. That is in black and white. Thanks. Well, I see you are too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. I perhaps cannot see it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. It's not the super person who made the camera. Why does his was have the little dots on the air? That's hilarious. One very Bohemian sounding cry. Very well, the court will skip this photograph as evidence. Not my fault. The fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang. A hot wind washed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. Give the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. Fuck, Mr. Luna's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The Bohemian boy claims to have seen another, fourth balloon. He vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. What's that? Okay, so when do I get to show this off? Let me think. Let's just press this again and see. Let's take a photograph as proof. It's Professor Helm Gottschalk, Sigmund Odenstein. Well, blood will not help you here. Wagons is wrong. See, it is a balloon, but there's nothing more you can see from this black and white photograph. Just look on my head. That is a Buffalo balloon, the best in the business. Try not to get overinflated. What is this? Here we have a clear photographic proof that in the sky by the experimentation stage, it may very well have been a balloon operated by somebody other than you, Mr. Loon. Who was it? To know, who's this monk with no respect for boundaries? What am I supposed to get here?
Hold it!
Maybe pressing one of these will help me a little.
Hold it!
What he's saying is he wants proof of this other balloon. Balloon here, right? So,
Objection.
here, have this objection. Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? Just that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right. Surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons are only fly with passengers. Which tells that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day? A fourth balloon disguised above the experimentation stage. Serious green balloon. I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. This balloon was not carrying passengers. It was not one of mine.
Objection.
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere, you can't look. Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on this opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition. Operate balloon flights on Mr. Lune's path without him realizing. See! No, trying to steal my profits. No, notice, because of these experimentals that went wrong at the stage. The balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Aspen was beamed from the seat below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground out there and left a scorch mark. Didn't come from the stage at all. But the balloon rained down. Because no one saw was in it, didn't get no attention. Fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection.
Which shows us nothing more. Stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Nothing to do with the case. Relevance does elude me, I must say. Vision evidence had heard ample testimony already. Calls for the trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. Minds are made up, and not in our favor. This photograph tell us. Is there nothing more we can learn from it? Oh, there's more.
Objection.
Hold this objection. Gentlemen of the jury, wait, please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Mr. Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? Vital clue?
Objection.
Well, based upon the mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. Still tell the court. What exactly does the photograph prove? Hey! You wanna know something, Van Zeeks? I can prove the cause of the explosion of the balloon, Van Zeeks. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Ja! That's right! Ja! It's not my fault! Evidently, because the bird came from the kinesis machine, materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection.
No, that's not what happened. But it appears that this photograph requires close examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. So at least the real reason for the balloon exploded is... Hey, you wanna know what it is?
Take that.
This little... The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Clear ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. Within the magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. So what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? It couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. But a fire heading straight for the balloon. Like an arrow! Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My foot! I suggested this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon.
Objection!
It's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. Could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how exactly that it is exactly that what happened. What evidence? Evidence exists, Counsel. Then for goodness sake, present it, man! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon. Hey, how about this crossbow I have? This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? Dipped in oil and said light could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. I suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately. Blimey, you're right. That trick of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, don't it? Then the explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow, igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Get wrecked. Order, order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. Once to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. And knows that this discharge? Of course. That's right. Using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone shot a gun off the exhibition ground, it would have caused a real panic. The explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. Should be police that have found a plausible new explanation for all this. Something feels wrong.
Objection!
Understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend. Flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon. Then obviously it would have exploded. Birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued. What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? That's me! Ah, now I understand. That's what that singing feeling is about. There's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? Going back now. The horse is bolted. Assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. The smoke that hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. You'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. But this... Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you describe is no science experiment. It's child's play. A typical display of stage magic. As I said, the experiment was a scientific impossibility. Case. It's the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found outside the birdcage in the crystal tower. Please, how do you explain that? Put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by simple deception. Juror number 3. What we need is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Assman. This other man appeared on stage to front the show. It's a body double. Ah, yes, of course. So, in fact, Mr. Assman must have been inside the birdcage. He was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Hidden inside it would have been scattered to the flames when it exploded. No one would have ever embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. Explosive force of balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Egg balloons are really filled with pure hydrogen, a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium bomb so it doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. Not so subjects to surrender this whole scene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. That engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It's all part of an elaborate deception, to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, did this mean? Except that this is what happened. It means that the victim, Mr. Aspen, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Arrgh. It will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Zeus can't probably maintain that Professor Harebrained is a suspect now. Oh great, who's holding it now? You? Sir Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? You can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? I, Albert Harebrained, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. O.D. Aspen. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? Even Roanosuke is like, what the hell are you doing? Order! 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 Defendant, explain this on confession. Professor Harebrained, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. My hypothesis, my precious machine. And claim it was all a trick. Frank, where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. Then it would all be over. My hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the dignity of it. You drew the plans for the experiment. You didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. Just let me, I can prove... Barak! Yes. Cooperate. Do whatever you say. I swear. So please. Sure, the special dispensation for scientific is here to protect my creation. Phil. The wine's coming out. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice at this critical juncture. Here's my learned Lebanese friend. What? His upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light accused confession. To formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick. The moment you do, the Special Demonstration for Scientific Recruitment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. We'll then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, the chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, Counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked me of me to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. No way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Prevent my client's life by asserting his innocence, or to uphold my client's request but see him condemned. Damn. Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Japanese mind? Roanosuke, you know what's right in this situation. Harebrained will hate us, but you must go forward. We must press onwards. We must find the truth, no matter what we do. No escape here. To make a choice. It's an impossible one. To give up on something. What? Asserts. The defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact. Roronosuke, this is the right choice. I know what you want. Oh, great. No, can't say it. Client placed his faith in me. Just let him down. Oh, the game's gonna force me. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. What can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. When did you get here? Suzuto-san? But what are you... First Suzuto takedown in 6 months. Time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, let's concentrate on the task at hand. Working out not what I have to give up on, what I can protect. Sir Hairbrain. Yes? You told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. Personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Aspen. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? Your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. Behind that is what we must both pursue now. Yeet. So, you finally opened your eyes. But, as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Barak. Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? The day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall. Taller than me. And thin. Thinner than me. With straight hair. Straighter and wider than mine. Let me see. One less than me, too. A monocle. Rather stylish black monocle. One thing in particular will help to plausibly identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Aspen introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of... Enoch Driebler. Enoch Driebler? This may mean something. Members of the jury seem flustered. The many scientists wishes to hear the man's an abomination. Not a name any cadre wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. Other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trigger in the end. Obviously, the rascals after the government's research grant money. Magicians are in need of money. I've heard of them resorting to underhanded tactics. You might have experience of such things. I mentioned Enoch Dribbler's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. It's Enoch Dribbler for you. This is going to be an interesting cross-examine, then. A very interesting cross-examine. Well, let's proceed forward. So it's true, Dad. Invention. My great machine. It was just a grand illusion. We've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character. I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I believed that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. Yeah, that his machine was examined in detail. Its construction would give away my hypothesis. So I didn't want that to happen. At the same time, and if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, didn't work a deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea, Dad, did you? The true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. Questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. Highly possible that Mr. Aspen and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Announced my invention to the crowds that day. It was the finest moment of my career. Pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. The smoke suddenly started billowing out. I panicked. Didn't know what was happening. Really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know how anything anymore. What a depressing way to end this. And that. I'll confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes. Please go ahead. I'm very sorry. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. We've got another day to investigate. Lord Van Zieks! My lord. Court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Great. So, Scissortail, how did you get here? When did you get here? And how the flying hell did you know to come here right at that exact moment? Remember, 1:46 p.m., the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. Trust me, I dragged you into a mess. Why did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. You really have no idea, Professor. What was Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean, about what he was constructing. Oh, but that's a question. Yes, you can ask. I'm just paying attention. What's the embodiment of my hypothesis? Naturally. An embodiment of my hypothesis. Fill my hopes and dreams. Complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder decision against you stands. Do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. If you're doing so much for me. Bye. So sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? You received my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I arrive. But that is a distinct possible. You're gonna have to DM me distinct details direct, because, like, I'm not giving a yes or no without more deets, because, like, I'm not very good. Anyways, at DMing these days. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you right now. So it would be a surprise. Well, did it work? Surprise, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh, dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. I'm also not good at balance. Stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future. It was late to London, Victoria this morning. You see, you made the coachman really whip the horse's heart so you didn't miss the whole trial. From the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Suzuto, you're an idiot. Well, I'm glad you didn't. My frames have died. Sorry about that. Oh! My second court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you. Back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. Glad to be here. Hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Sir Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Yeah, that's a question mark, but I'm bad. Sam was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. It's but my elation. And our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. It's nice to hear Suzuto's theme again. To be continued. That's a thumbs up from me. That means we're out of trial into investigation phase 2. 2nd October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Oh, this room, it's been too long. Hasn't changed in the slightest, though. It's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. Well, when you might return, I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. Your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. Took him to see if saying he'd fallen ill with very high fever for some unknown reason. Right, so I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I've read about it in my letter to you. It's all a trick. Father isn't fine enough. I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. Maybe by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Synopsium. You're here because of that? International Forensic? That's the same synopsium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Thing you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who, but Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Oh boy. First arrived back in Japan. Really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. Full trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Cesare Brett. Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Women are forbidden in the courtroom. I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I should have seen it. Don't you, Bruno? Yes, I suppose so. To play at being a lawyer now, you could wear a false mustache, maybe. Susie, you are 10. Getting a mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. What did I ask you, Mrs. Adele? It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. In your letter, it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. So we included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. Saying that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be, Dad? Why does he know about the Baskerville thing? In Britain himself, of course. To study. It was some time ago now. We stayed for 6 years. Imagine that something must have happened during that time. If you could tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. Decide that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie! It's a very meaningful look, Susan said, giving Iris there. Stringhart mentioned something about that synopsium, too. Said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Chikoko. Hey, Judge Chikoko! My opening up Discord for like 5 seconds kills the frame rate for 5 seconds. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Shirashiro Chikoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruto, last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder. Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Chikuku. I am butchering his name. I'm just gonna say Japanese. He's just a judge to me. Look. Sue me. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life. Well, anyway, his father was invited to Synopsium. He agreed to me returning to Britain, too. Should arrive until next month, but, well, I can wait. So I pleaded with him, and he agreed to me going on ahead. That's about the Synopsium. Lord Chungher has put me in an awful wall of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. If it is, yes, as I understand it, Lord Chungher organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. In a senior position in the British justice system. Despite to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. It's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. You tell the no Lord Stronghart personally then, I wonder. Lord Stronghart gave me a long speech all about this very subject yesterday. Well, it started lots of will to live earlier and didn't really listen to much of it. I'm trying for you. Desiree Brett. The one whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. Murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. It's Desiree Brett. That name I won't forget as long as I live. Extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's the name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. Turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Desiree Brett didn't actually exist. What? Didn't exist? But how can that be? It's a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. She wasn't a visiting student either. That's a front. Oh. Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Was why or even how, but she came to be in Japan. Are you saying her name is literally Assassin? God damn you, Ace Attorney! But that makes no sense. It's an easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. This wouldn't have been up to. I'm afraid I really don't know. Thing we can't be sure of. Said she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Now she's been killed. All the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Shin. Bruh. Just bruh. I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere. Friend. Also Asian, but also assassin at the same time. Because she's an assassin. That's kind of a spoiler, but like, her one purpose in life was to kill Dr. John H. Wilson, for reasons we don't entirely get at the moment. Also, she was British. She isn't Asian, to clarify. After my friend's race trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. No, you had him went on. The visiting students fight. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy who never made it in England, that he died on that steamship. Will never. See, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? He died on the voyage to Great Britain. His body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished. Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotaba know about this? Yes, it seemed that he did. But he didn't tell me. We're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. What's this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Barrier were definitely strange. And after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Mr. Naruhodo, it's too much to bear. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me. Well, very much. Let's your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma-sama was discovered. Mr. Shones was there, wasn't he? Definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. Kazama hadn't actually been dead at all. I mean that Mr. Shones had lied to us. There's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. Ronosuke, I'm gonna point out, Shones is lying to you about a lot of things. Yeah, that he might still be alive somewhere. He wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. So if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Suzuto. She's given the idea the thought it deserves. This is something we're talking about, after all. Probably shouldn't push it now. About a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Shones forbade you from publishing it. Put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. For some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh. Now we learn a little bit more about the Hound of the Baskervilles in this universe. I have to keep you from it for so long, Iris. It's completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. A short while before we left Japan, I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. The father came in and... Suzuta, what are you doing? Oh, Father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anyone else about this. Do you understand? There's so much mystery around this Hound of the Baskervilles in this universe. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Strom's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. No sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it. Still, I made it up in my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. Committed every detail about the case in memory. Naris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. Fully abreast of the situation over at Business at all. I expect nothing less, to be honest. I think our first protocol should be to investigate this Mr. Reaver. Building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Conjurer source, by the sound of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes, must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. Sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Job for the police, or great detective! Let's go through might be down here now. Fine, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best luck then. Not coming tonight? Going to pick some bread shortly for the herb market. Let me know later how you get on, won't you? We can actually investigate now. But the pull of the herb market must be strong. Alright, I'm gonna go to the experimentation site. 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds. Foot of the Crystal Tower. Poppy! Oh dear, there were so many people in the world. I mean, it's really packed up here today. So it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Well, it shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your sense of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruto. There you are, feeling you lot would show your mugs for long? Oh. Inspector Gregson, so you're hard at work as usual. Well, I'm going to see you. We hope you've been keeping well since the last we met. All the ceremony. Saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentleman so loyally at your side. Oh. My, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to not notice. Might be a bit rough around the edges. Proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. Probably guessed. We were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, this youngster needs to in. Oi, get over here, Gina! Give him Gina's. Seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now. Amazing, isn't it? Good kid, actually. That's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? No idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll see how you're getting along. Aha, not likely. Welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. France? You're working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? But you don't wear. Sunshine, I'll not go poking your nose where it's not wanted. Tend to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? I can't leave her here in London. That's what become of her. Or she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. He's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. He's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. That's playing on Inspector Griggs' mind too, is it? I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Keep that diving Dina safe and sound. Till all this is over, at least. Oi! She just called me a bloomin' diving Diva again? You heard that, did ya? Right, well. Any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable Detective Diva here. But Gregson has an endless supply of chips and fish. Inspector Lestart's in charge here now. Better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Puppy! Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Introducing Toby Lestrade. Look at him. Look at him. Good boy. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. Not so lovely Inspector Grayson. It's playing on my mind, to be honest. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? Gonna be playing with me new friend here. Oh yes, Toby. Woof! An explode must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh? It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that arc. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What you're thinking of? That's the one. That's why I only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What's that called again? Forensic something? Forensic Investigation Unit. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one. Yeah! In case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. Not really get it, to be truthful with ya. Supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Stranger or something? Ah, we need to go talk to Strongheart. Sure, that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah! Apparently he's always watching the time or something. It's express permission. We can't investigate on the stage. It's great, wasn't it? And the right laugh. New one, I mean that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about until we find out. Keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, I know this made things odd for every single time and all. In my job, Gina. Watching someone else get the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It's amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. Professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm sorry and I wish he wasn't, It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? What do you mean? Supposed to have arrested another cove, ain't he? In time for tomorrow and all. Now the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Dreber, you mean? Enoch Dreber. That's the one, yeah! Police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. Yes, they will be. Putting too much on the boss if you ask me. Says it's giving him a gutting. Oh dear. I do wonder if that is actually from all the fried food. Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Dreber. Wonder if they've had any luck. He's very funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. And I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Scotland Reaper that's always looking down glasses at that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. So I had it in me for that call. Don't know what he's scouting about, mind. Oh, he would have been pretty good boss as it goes. You're a Reaper's apprentice and a detective's trainee. See it? The choice between a chip-guzzling detective and a child-scuggling demigod. You're equally badly off of both. I suppose you're right. I thought of it like that. We put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, whether or not the odds dead set on finding the fishy engineer, there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. Mr. Dreber at all? Where do you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi! Don't be so flammin' rude, Otto! Light overreaction, don't you think? You ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how'd I put it? Oh yeah! A bona fide detective! Oh, sorry. Giving him a proper title and everything. Chief Inspector Toby too! That's adorable. So you're an Inspector Gregson, is he? Ooh! Police dog, is he? Police recruit dogs now? That they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. For chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. Good sense of smell myself as it happens. Tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fellow, Otto. Really? What the boss said? Once Toby here got some good whiff of your drawers. Could you set it to the other side of the world? What? To the other side of the world? You mean, can swim? No, head out. I think he may have missed the point. By a very wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. Telling you, Otto, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days there'll be barking orders at us, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Anyway, whatever you think about that. Toby is Prince's first police dog. Aww. I found him down the East End the other day. I just chucked him out the street. There you go. She lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Well, we can't do anything here. We need to go meet with Strongheart. Who the hell is that? 23rd of October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. Never seen her before. Ah, the young champion at the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Hairbrain's experiment? sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Vensics is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. No, this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The position that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. If that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. Nice double snakes. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Seif, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Ah, coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling on this case. She was just delivering a report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Aspen. Outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. Find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. Not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. This created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago. The next month's Synopsium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. Once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, the scoundrels have made mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribe. It's about to be rounded up and put in the fires of hell. I intend to see it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Besides, it means every word. Seif is an extremely reliable coroner. Officially established a forensics division at Scotland Yard. She will run it as my right-hand woman. No. Speaking of the Synopsium, Miss Mikatoba. Oh, yes, my lord. The father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? You're Professor Mikatoba, I mean. It's many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikatoba very well. My memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact. Toba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. Pretending that you were. So forensic at one of London's large hospitals, St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. It's also there then, as that happens. Then, Dr. Seif knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mitobo was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years, that's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. Left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. Rather turbulent time at home. Oh, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I'll ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. Heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a fair lot. Done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? His brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered. Just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. As criminals who managed to evade conviction courts started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Stared to say that wherever Barak Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word! So Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Stormheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. I'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, though? Not in the slightest. In fact, I could say he was barely aware of the such at all until recently. Well done. A special demonstration legally preventing the investigation of the machine currently being annulled. Your own investigation. I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you! Look is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the synopsium, you understand. Bye. Creepy little office you got here, lady. 23rd October, Forensics Laboratory. I believe this is it. Dr. Science Laboratory. Chemical smell really salts the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. This stealthy doctor isn't here. We're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? She's interested you've become, Miss Suzatel. Let's have a little look around. Being careful not to upset any restless souls. Now look at this! What a magnificent display case. One has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. But makers really are very skilled, aren't they? You have nothing to say about this skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto. Miss Citadel, can you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's I hope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Ooh. A set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing. Might be best not to ponder it too deeply. The large chunk that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acidic odor of chemicals in the air? Constitution? Or a really terrible sense of smell? All the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. An assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ooh, that's worrying. There are also fixed that looks like salt and pepper shakers in here. Yes, they actually say salt and pepper on them. Probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. This is Dr. Science desk. Ugh, would not like to work in a place like this. Tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work. Ending is poor, which is bad for the eyes. Chemical smell can't be good for you. Not mention the skeleton watching over you as you work. Definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. One-eyed Arubadal watching over me, that's all. Great. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. Suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umbilishi palms that we have back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. They're human organs in fresh serving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition. This is it though. There are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh! So I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or some umbilishi, aren't they? Of course. It's like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. No, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruto. I was afraid you were going to say that. Trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. This place is kind of creeping me out because it's so damn quiet. What else can I even investigate in here? That is a good question. I think I've investigated everything. Oh, the book. This big thick book here. Read an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending, I think. Well, what is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies them on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? Buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? Be working really hard in dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are really only carried out in certain special circumstances. Blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all them for? What are you doing? Sorry, we have something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... You thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Well, Armstrong told us, you see, that it was you who had examined the victim's body. Or Mr. Aston's body, I mean. I came to ask you about your findings. And life-threatening advice. Very well. Lord Chief Justice has given his consent. I'll tell you what our investigation team... then must leave immediately. Thank you. So you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined for an examination of the scene? Mr. Eddie Aspen disappeared from the experimentation site amid an explosion. When it appeared moments later, partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. So that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, it could have made it appear as one single person and switched places, couldn't they? Very true. Sadly, in this instance, not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared, same person. Fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. Officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. And one day, they will be used as investigative aid in a matter of course. Oh my, that would mean... this actually took place, so where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Kinesis is impossible. Yet the body did move from one place to the other. Cleared anything up at all. Made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Why did you put on a Blake Doctor mask? Oh, that's somebody else. Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? And she just called the doctor Mama? This is a lair, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. In the fence lair. We're investigating our... Mama. Yeah. Yes. Can I cut this one up? No. What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. Wanna know what it looks like? No. No? No. Chrissy can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruto. You as pale as a corpse. Let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Oi! What's off limits up there? Think past me again? I'll stuff you've got for the boss fish and chips. Yes, please. I love fish and chips. Fishing. I need to tell Gina I got my permission. Slip. Gina. We were actually hoping that we can... blah, 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 blah. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Drunkard. Eh? What? Met him? What's it called to go and see him? He waited for 3 hours at the Cole's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Drunkard has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. If it turns out you're a lion, it will be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, eh? Yeah? I'm sure everything will be fine. It really would be tragic. Alright then, Nemesis says, off we go! Oh, thank you, Gina. Let's try that again. Let's go and see what we can find out. Grounds experimentation stage. Oh my, so this is the machine. I was used to see people thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. That's right. Or rather, it was a machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. Extraordinarily, Professor Hairbrain went in order to obtain a research grant. Professor was strict as well. Didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It's amazing though, isn't it? The whole affair is so very British. I'm right about that. Never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Look, it's that... Oh, hi. Lord Van Zeeks? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Already? Reaper, remember? We'll do well to keep our distance, I think. We have permission to be here, from the top. We're well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Lord Strongheart? Exactly. We can stay here and stare at this record just for as long as we like. Could have been up to front of an explosion here, and it wouldn't have been bent or steel well. Hi. How are you doing? This wasn't here yesterday. Really? If I'm not mistaken, it's a cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed for the air. That's right, birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood. More precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. In an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. That doesn't look like wood to me. It looks like iron. A wonderfully durable construction. When you say, Mr. Naruhodo? Forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. It was brought it back here when they finished their work. Sadly, no, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. No, are given strict instructions not to touch anything. Still, important piece of evidence to overlook. Might need it for the trial. Yoink. I just get to add that to my court record, do I? Ah, look here, Miss Isidore. Oh yes, the wood was cracked and broken a little. Suppose because it fell from such a height? From the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, 9 meters. And inside are tragically dead. What a terrible explosion must have been. And steel girts have been buckled and twisted in the blast. What they called the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here. Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill at the floor. It's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? The floor had opened up at the precise moment the explosion occurred. It could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? That horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? It's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. You think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's exactly what I thought as well. Think what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. Welp. Manzi. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world, Vivinar. 10 years in a row. Mr. Naruhodo, your country and your assistant stand firmly beside you. Lord Van Zeeks. What? Well, beautiful weather, isn't it? Van Zeeks. Unimpressed. I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nibonese are unequipped to read the signs. I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Ah, never mind. See your business then. Think of it. There are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo, well, no, unless you try. The police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Dreamer, already. Surely that goes without saying. We're keen to see him found. We're very keen to see him found as well. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on, aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Harebrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. I was just wondering. I mean, realize it's probably not possible, but very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, this is a son. Really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? Photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Why does he look like one of the... Why does he look like one of the Gavin brothers from Apollo Justice? But he had that black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need to match this one in court tomorrow. We have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. Why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? So it just can't work him out at all. Thanks. Alright. The big one. So, Clint. What's the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks? You Nipponese. Always have to be on guard whenever you're around. Well, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Alright, it's a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of Van Zeek's family. Tragically, the vicious killer took him from us. A professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. You're gonna tar all Nibonese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Miss Reaper the Bailey would have these exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place, and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Jones investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. It's white as a sheet. Oh, it's you again. Hi. Ah, the file I've requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. I think Suzataz recognized him. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. The son can see it too. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Kazuma? Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence, can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Something strange. The very first encounter this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it? Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man of something. Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Well, Shanghai introduced him to me about 3 months ago now. With instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. So why did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. I've gone every last detail about himself. He has amnesia. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant. And no Jungho told us. This case is getting more and more interesting. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. Saw a reaction there. When Suzu-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. Called out Kazuma-sama. Bum, bum, bum. I thought it was somebody else. You already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it's that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. I have to leave now. Investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. What could do about that? Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Suzuto. Of course. Thank you for this conversation. Sholmes, we have a conversation to have. 23rd of October, Madame Tussabels. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Makes you crave sweets? I understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. Should be here investigating the imperfection of the waxwork. Well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. The heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Never sighted them. You just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tussabels special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside. Believe that? Find no money. Run as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, prison. To talk to our... What the hell are you doing? Local prison, cell 11. What's he doing? He's... Oh my! The whole wall's still covered in mathematical equations! Still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Ooh, Mr. Naruhodo! And who's this young lady? My name is Suzuto Mikotoba, and I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. Pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I met a fine young woman like you sooner! This would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry my presence here upsets you. An apology too, Professor. I managed to deliver what I promised you. I would in this court this morning. Oh no. The whole miserable affair. Because I've been in such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain. What have you been working on in your cell? Oh, haha. You mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I'm suddenly struck by an idea, see? Simply had to write it down. Well, was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? It's about super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe. No, actually, this My autobiography. Why is it written in math? Biography? As I diddled and fiddled, my Albert Hairbrain. He rose in my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? Back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. Serial publication for next month. Part 1. No birth, no upbringing. And the man's optimism, that's for her. Well, for now, would you mind if we talk a little more about the case? Oh yes, of course! For the numbers. Fiddled! I was fiddled! But a paradigm! I asked them! But a lift engineer dribbler! You're gonna have to sit for an explanation of all these equations. Alright. Thing I believed in has been turned on its head. Research. Mr. Aspen. The kinesis machine. My hypothesis, even. Sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work. But in the end, there's nothing worth protecting. Never my intention to deceive anyone. Didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. This morning, I realized something. Oh? Done something wrong without knowing it. You still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. It's a support excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. You believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. Believe my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in prosecution establishing its case. No, Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I understand now. Why was it that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean? If a terrible accident happened, nobody would believe my hypothesis anymore. Police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. Like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. The prosecutor had taken the case. It wasn't anyone other than Barak. I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. In that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly! Which would have been a fate worse than death for me. That I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Admittedly, that part of the analysis appeared to have some flaws in it. What about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? Sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. First met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. There were the paper I've written. Said my work could benefit all humanity and must be pursued. I'm confused. So empathetic. Reality, he was some mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. She was essentially a set of decoration for some stage magic. Probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. Scale of it. It wasn't some small trick. Elaborate feat of deception. Scientists are full of hope about their originating ideas, full of zeal. None of us have any money. We research, we can't afford it. It's taken very legal part-time work to try and earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. Through all of that, only to be taken away for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. That's why we have to find who's responsible and bring them to justice. There's no more, of course. We'll please only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Dreber. Is he an engineer, a magician, or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Aspen first brought Dreber to me in my laboratory, and many times discussed details about the kinesis machine. Did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. Even the demands of genuine scientists. Slowly apparent in conversation. I see. Your man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. Do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. This is his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once. So his workshop. What workshop? Draper's enormous fabrication laboratory. Reconstruct my great machine. Why? Why didn't you mention this before? His workshop. Just a chance we might find a man there. You've been to Draper's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to get there at once. Good chance we'll find Draper there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. I'm sure you're not going to want to fear this. I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm sorry. Didn't have expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. Blindfolded you? Wasn't taking any chances then. This is incredible. Pinnacle of modern engineering. And the oil it uses is the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Fumes across this world like... should forget their secret formula and use that instead. You're an idiot. Make Mrs. Stout. You want to do machinery for your next birthday? It's any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruto. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. Suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Draper, for example? Very cautious. I'm sure he would never have. Ah! Dude, give me this business card once. It's right here. Look! Let me see that. Throw it to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Draper, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. Oh, well, I can't say I'm surprised. So, this could be useful. This dark smudge here. Perhaps it's machine oil. Ah yes, possibly. Professor Harebrine mentioned something about the oil Mr. Draper uses, didn't he? Specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. That's right. More importantly, it's more frequent than the finest perfumes. Excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. I have an idea! I just got a brilliant idea. Excuse me. The scene again. Obi. Strange now, because the forensic investigation didn't work. Do anything, Gina? Just the Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. Suits you, yes. Anyways, my idea time. About this, Gina. I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so I ain't no much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the black of the card that's important. Eh? How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this very high quality French machine oil, very particular scent apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right! You mean Toby? Since it smells so good, he can track people over the oceans, can he? Mr. Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Dreamer's workshop. It's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, then we could lead us to the Dungeon Cove's workshop? That's right! That's exactly what we're hoping. Right then, we'll give it a go! I'll just borrow that. Well, wait, when did you... It's a pickpocket. It's a pickpocket. We'll run to that Dreamer's workshop. I'll be the boss's bustler for next week. Ah yes, Gina. I'm sure he'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. No, leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna go get going after the Dutch Engineer Cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's been supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. We can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Regina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Don't do it, have you? Go on. Come on then, boy. See you later. We have to send that oil leads into that Swindler's workshop. So too. Before the dog sends across the channel to France. I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. Just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Dreamer. Gene and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, I think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point. To discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Quite possible, you might know something useful. You're right. I'm going to find him Madame Tuspels. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxer piece of it. Yes, I still may have been his latest unusual adventure. I'm not even paying attention to Susan, I'll be honest. 23rd October. Madame Tussauds. Bell's Museum of Waxworks. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. Afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. Still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Be the confectioner, of course. Lily's after something sweet today, isn't she? Eek! What's the matter? Mr. Naruto, look at that waxwork. I'm pretty sure it wasn't there before. Looks sickly. Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. You'll find the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of mine, dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ronosuke. Ronosuke Naruhodo. Say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. Marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... Yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. And see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Allure. Do not disturb. She looks very perplexed. Excuse me. Do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm lodging to say hello again. Where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh? What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The Wolf's great detective in Waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes! Suzuno-san! Suzuno-san! Bum 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 bum! Humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. Oh dear, madame. Allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. It's not of questionable street food quality. I understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? It's a secret identity, you understand? The case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Here we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as a proverbial pie. Confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Any food suffices today, for that matter. Rumble, look at around the whole museum. It's solved so quickly. Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Why, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's the most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. Japan, only Imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected to this yet. Morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. Such I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return to stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? The fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tusspass at all costs. Hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Now then, I sense that you have some business with me, this great waxwork. In the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Driebler. He's the swindler who duped Professor Harebrain, and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. Seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. You need to locate him before the trial seems tomorrow morning. Still a few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? No data yet. You must seek to have good ideas for it when it has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Dreeber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself, and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Here you go then. I'll give you it. Sir Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Driebler, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, Adolf, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. Looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you right, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, yes. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruto, say that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words are very clear. So then, let's unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was a murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? Earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask, was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume what's in the murder's atmosphere at the moment. The fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? The crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, and I'll tell you something. First importance, my dear fellow. If detectives all want to lie, it will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Or in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. Now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. A suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, what is it? Explained to you when you first arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. Personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. It's a special, one-time only price, you understand. What? Soon you won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. We could postpone? The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Sure, you need only look at my expression. Saying that this is seriousness or silliness. Never tell with you. That's the point. Very well. Couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I want you to pursue it at your own leisure. Why is that well, the money's been spent, so let's go inside. Go and see the special exhibit. Well, what's so special about through those heavy curtains at last? Shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Hiring police officers and diddling detectives. This is what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands for trip-living inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Well, I think I know what's going to be behind this. 23rd of October, Madame Tussauds' special exhibit. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Suzatel, let's we turn our heels and go straight home. Via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking at it a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. Never the great dealing detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. They said the case was largely solved. So May, some sibling implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we'll get what we paid for. That fear or frustration, that's making Susan's voice tremble. This must be the killer. If he knows him as Professor. I think so. According to what Madame Tussauds said. Killed 5 victims, all noble royal blood. Work is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. Looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only I had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. So-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by guillotine. Unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a helpless ghost. We have to retain such terrifying it is, Mrs. Isabel. Anyway, I'm sure the model has a head once. Fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes accidentally forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief accidentally forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. An extremely absent-minded thief. There have been some reason why only the head was returned. Reason means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. Been caught just inside the convict's fixed jacket there. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too. Thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Such a big piece of glass have come from, I wonder. Has it been made thick to increase its strength? Why? Well, perhaps glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? Glass is broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower, the Great Exhibition. Should glass in the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? You think, doesn't it? Established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. Now we discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Just a coincidence? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. A young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate a little more detail. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? It's just a ball. It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, what's about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? Perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. Why would the man be bigger with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. Just for a little while, I think. Yoink. Photographic plate inside the camera, you can see what picture it was taken. Photographic plate. Glass coated in a special emulsion that directs the light coming from the lens. Cover at the back of the camera. You should find it. Let's have a look. Oh, this is the sound. Eyes are shining. Machinery, don't you? Space very well, can you? Or just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling exhibits, Mr. Naruto? Exactly as it was, don't worry. I have a feeling I know exactly who this is. Ah! Hold on. Take this moment to do this. Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see? Something wrong? No plate. It's been removed. Wow, what a pity. I suppose if you think about it, it wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. From the photographic print that he couldn't bring to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Devastated. Wonderful machine. I really love contraptions like this, don't you? Being mechanical, I find absolutely irresistible. Resistible? Surely? Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, myself simply have to take it apart. That's... Father tells the time by rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Professor Mikotoba. Not really sure what this tells us exactly. Piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. I've never seen anything like it. Compared to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. No need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto, as you well know. It can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely? I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle! Naruto, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Dribbler, except his hair is not white. His hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. is. Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe? Yes, that's right. Well, who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? It was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. But the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved in my words, I believe. Look at the missing head. Toot de suit, as Madame would say. We'll all be in grave trouble. Congressman still awaits my term to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Arg! You know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Doe. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? Took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty, checked by an enormous hunting hound, and had their throats. An enormous hunting hound? Eh? Would you say it's the Hound of the Baskervilles? Ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound! How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. A case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court, but we were permitted. Closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity, as you surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty, ultimately sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which was drawn to the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. Here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? Of course, my dear fellow. There was none other than a young man. The young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Dreeber. Dreeber? Saw it happen. But this is a waxwork medal of Enoch Dreeber. 10 years ago, a convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. Sole witness to that emotional scene was this young man. Appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Dreeper ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he's seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. From the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. Today's story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. He was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. Scene and exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussauds. I quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. What I don't understand is what Mr. Dreeber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. This, what is he up to? This acts of terror threw London's upper classes in complete panic 10 years ago. Scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. Since the killer's identity was never made public, it was abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. So you can imagine the impact that the case must have had. Time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. Forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, a preposterous parlour tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of. It's established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? Investigate the grave in Nogate Cemetery and published our findings. His body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No! That would mean Mr. Dreber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation. Yes. Vanished from society, and nothing has been heard of him since. Rather striking, then. He should resurface now, don't you think? Can really come back to life. It's not possible. Dreber says unusually right, and that really did happen overnight as a result of shock. I believe the incident was out and out lie. What the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gotten done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina! Let's allow in the museum. Supposed to have you take a position as a waxworker, not careful. Pressing concern. I still had some flesh powder left from 6 hours ago, so... Gina, we understand. Please, put down the gun. Hi, Gina. Sorry, I got scared. Try being the one on the other end of the barrel. What brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found the Dodgy Ghost workshop! What? You found Reaver's workshop? Yep. So took me straight there. Also, the others are heading over there right now in the drag, so come on. Here's your address. Get the bus right now. Oh, thank you, Gina. I'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there! You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Sholmes, you're being really weird. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and our dinner plate would be empty once more. Pay for everything. And there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. Bye! Share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. Pay half, Mr. Naruto. This is up. Alright, let's go! October, Enoch Dreber's workshop. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high-voltage kinesis machine. It would appear so. But only a prototype, naturally. So you caught you then. Gina, well done for finding this place. It's a little time. You've really worked miracles. What we hear is a miracle worker. Thought you lot would show up before long. Inspector? Well, that's one near the brow. He's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. Inspector, any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in there. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place, and giving us a chance to investigate. On to what Gina tells me, thanks to Kaluda, you lot turned up. I want to say, you're the person to gratitude I'm paying now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're all hoping to snoop around in here, get cracking. Forensics and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. Picture by now. I don't take it too kindly to lawyer types. Right. Good, my dear fellow. Let's put this place upside down while we have the chance. You Sholmes. Pardon? Take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Drewson. Very droll. Nothing more than the Newsweek's Waxworks model. Right then. I already see things. It's an European style Corvaveros with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. The right size of the boat, you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words, yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. But Drevo's the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? Looking back beside her, that's for sure. No doubt that if you hit your shoulder a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. Young scientists could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine. Thank you. That was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drever than conjuring tricks. Three more, my dear madame. How about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. Not going to let that go, is he? Dull, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. Gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Hold on. Little plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But Mr. Drever really was a very talented scientist. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. The locksmith on its way over from the yard. So hands off till it gets here. Mission, Inspector. Lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's given it to you. So you really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound anybody on the other side. It's fled the first sign of danger. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. In order to examine it, the Crowns and the government. Now those two don't seem to be holding back. Hello inside. I'm working both the devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. Another change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. People are very much ruled by their own ideas, aren't they? Just these two, Miss Suzuto. Oh! What's wrong, Miss Suzuto? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina? Did you hear it too? Yeah, I don't know. What do you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the Grace. Who's in there? Open up! The Scarlet Yacht! Oh my, someone is in there! Ah, this rotten bleeding lock! Yeah, Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only can knock that door in less than a minute. Fine, take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Click. There, you made it through it well. A few minutes and seconds, I think. Distance, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. It's an emergency. Just visit beyond that door. Senior engineer you'll seek. For action, my dear fellow. Yes. Well, we finally will meet our man of mystery. What's happening here? Why is everything upside down? Rats! There ain't no one in here at all. There's only months ago that we heard those noises. Sound of River running away. There's only one door into this room. I wonder if I could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. What's that up there? Are those footprints? On the ceiling? Blubby, what do we have here then? Looks like someone's trying to burn someone in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. What? Surviving bombing machine, is it? Blimey! There's been no need to book about. Try and investigate all that scrap metal. Very interesting here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. Rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly before the forensic investigation team arrives too. Denying it, is there? There are footprints. Yes, it would appear so. But I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Is this a shoot-up or something? This is a takedown, I mean. No wonder woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Very large safe. I suppose even Mr. Shrumps could open that lock. Or if you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. Bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Hold on, we'll just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. I think we can agree that whatever's inside must be very important. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped in a large block to me, but... Ah! Yes, Sister So? What's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? A time bomb? Sorry, but... What is a time bomb exactly? Eh? One of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. Take that as a compliment. Ah! No, nothing to you, Odo. Got a clue what it is either, Gina. Consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. There's no time bomb. I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes. You seem to the heart of the matter. There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated to never know how it feels to float as you do when the puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Stowe. Here we go, I feel a great deduction coming. Good, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Dreeber himself. Oh, but how could you... Second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. Would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard to find a points of the trade. Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflect the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. Sorry, my dear madame. For the great introduction to you. I'm just there, Mrs. Snow. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Again, your lecture was proud, was it? Astonishing reasoning spectacular. The dance of deduction is afoot. A great deduction. The game is afoot. Flipped furniture. Plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and the chest. This is not. Everything is upside down. Every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, falling straight down onto the floor. It was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that... The key here is gravity? Fear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. His room was a vest, and then it's a new start to normality. Goodness! British furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Standing your skepticism with Susanoo, I too was incredulous at first. My conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device. The one was at in Dreamline, only the other day in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? Relevant question indeed. That is a timing device controlled from the gravity direction pull switch. You're an idiot. You're an engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. From earlier, from the side door that restoration occurred. Reason why I have a figure because of the anti-gravity device. See, we didn't know first. State in which we now found the room. The gravity accident was reversed by Mr. Dreamer, before being restored automatic, but an automatic function by some time later by the timer device. Precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What's our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. So how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there in the ceiling? Which moves answerable leads neatly to the truth, my dear madame. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Ruben's aim was singular, to escape. However, there's but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. With the gravity in here, Reba was able to fall conveniently into the ceiling, escape via the otherwise inaccessible sky, leaving those footprints behind on the way. The thing in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. Gravity was so sudden when Mr. Dreamer had fallen up to the ceiling rather violently. Scientifically and philosophically, a rather interesting concept, I feel. This corner with no other run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. Well, I found this in the room earlier, which I believe I'll have a solution. Well, the rope! Reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? One end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Europe was able to escape this room before our arrival. The pull of gravity, and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. You're an idiot. Let's get into Election's great deduction. This top is a tough puzzle. The spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. Expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. Say that with man's current scientific knowledge of during the 20th century, is no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. It hinges on it. Ah, my dear fellow. Eliminating the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. Sir, you just quoted Holmes. However improbable it may seem. Thanks. Marvelous line, would you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. Just coming up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling it read it in something that Miss Susanoo let me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Spell's broken at last. The phone was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was. It only caused in the wall. But, Mr. River, I used it just given the way you described. Wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end. Think you'll find 2 ropes. And it's the evidence as such. You'll need only look at the mystery we face in this room, not skillfully unravel. Circulates the coils of rope. I think perhaps I might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. Corrections. This great detection will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. Let's do it quickly before any trouble gets too far away. Ready then, let's just resume. Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. And it's time for course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Really could have been reversed in this very room, and the whole idea utterly enthralling. I'm sure to see if such an explanation. Still admit it was scientific impossibility, so yes, you're quite right. Completely discount the idea at once. That's unusually merciless, so you misses it up. Really impossible. Remains must be the truth. Victim himself said so, didn't he? What room's an anti-gravity device? Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. No, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment. Flows are thriving. Fragility of life. Yes, Assistant Naruto. What's about it? Made a deeper impression on me. Excuse me, this little upright vase. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in the whole business. Above my word, Mr. Naruto, you surpassed yourself. You completely turned my argument on its head. Where's your assistant here, perhaps? I'm not trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. Say though, it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room's upside down. This unassuming center vase is standing keenly to attention. Not like the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. The exception, that breaks the rule. Which pains me. Gravity in this room never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. I'll prepare Mr. Sholmes. Let's go on. So, let's continue with our deductions. This contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device. There remains but one other possibility. You don't say. You deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Obvious, but leaves some mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Right, and actually there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in this room is such a gravity device. Louis determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? Blurring saying so, it's too strong. No doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. Well, this must have had a reason. So might it all though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. So, that gravity wasn't actually reversing here, haven't we? This isn't an anti-gravity device at all. It makes me very curious to know what sort of device it is. Now it's good that we're looking for an answer elsewhere. Something written on the other side of this armchair. Safe. 432582. Safe. It's safe and secure. Secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly, more likely. Large safe bolts to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. This number would let us open it. I wonder why it's written here, though. Probably this. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruto. You had a very similar experience once, did you not? It's last year, when I bought a lottery ticket, noticed the ticket number on the inside, just in case. That's it. Well, people are forgetful souls at heart. They'd always make a written note of important information. Keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. What pray happened next, Mr. Naruto? Walking around, forgot which book I'd written the number in, had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. People are forgetful souls at heart. We always forget where they noted things down. If you always note things in the same place. Won the second prize, you know? Remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room. Thank you, Mr. Arnold, but I believe I've proven my point now. Clearly unfolded in this room. So if the burning access is sake, the occupant would still need gold. We're on the other side of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. You need to say in which we found in the room. You were overturning the furniture in here. Spit hurry. To create a combination code that would unlock the safe. Change in direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Feels so that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. We need a way to explain it all. Life is so much simpler. No Noshalkian days, but God, it could be reversed. No Noshalkian days never existed in the first place. We'll simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes to observe the area in more detail. I think Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look! Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. She was front up there and became obliged, do you think? So then, judging from the number of footprints, in front up there several times. How would anybody throwing shoes up the ceiling though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. Well, the shoe is the clue. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. In a closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. Or its aim was never to skylight at all. The balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah! This piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruto and I have found at the scene. Green balloon that Mr. Gotts claims he saw on the stage when the incident occurred. It's the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. I mean to say, the balloon here is a model of the one used on the day. Strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. So they was desperate to retreat before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. That's why it resorted to projectile, namely the shoe. Probably Draper intended to tear a hole in the envelope by sailing it with the shoe. Reported when the shoe itself became a prisoner at those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. Maybe we could see inside. Recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! Intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Sholmes has managed to bring deduction back to the rope, right? Admit, that was clever. Throw the rope up to the balloon, and then bolt down to us on the ground? Just much easier said than done, I feel. Takes a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. We already have one, of course, don't we? How about this crossbow, actually? To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? Well, the scene, in fact. It belongs to Mr. Drever. I brought it away with him that day. Could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. Shall we? Curiosity's deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. That Enoch Drever is hidden inside that balloon. Bam. Pop. Ah! What the? A waxwork. Indeed it is. Waxwork head inside a metal mask. Mask is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So the face inside, that means. The moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh goodness! I see you joined the dots, Miss Suzuto. Excellent. Ah, of course. A headless waxwork model. The detective Madame Tussauds model that you largely solved was only the head of the kilt that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tussauds would now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have not surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. Why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The student professor from Madame Tussauds, turning it, sans tell earlier today, this was none other than Enoch Drever. This is incredible. Sir Herbert's case and the waxwork abduction are inextricably linked by Enoch Drever's workshop. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. Remains is, yes, to speak with the Arctic of this adventure. You mean Mr. Drever? Seems quite possible that he escaped via one of the skylights. So the man must still be here in the room. What? His location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we made together during this seduction. Right here, somewhere in this room. Mr. Naruto, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. I know exactly where he is. His hiding place must be the...
Take that!
The large safe. We gained access to this back room. We heard noises from in here. Which does is that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. Pressed for time, he made no attempt to fight the furniture that he overturned in the process. He introduced that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drever is at this very moment inside the safe. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Get wrecked. Deduction complete. Elementary. So, Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? Being the safe, you mean? What else? By the way, before I forget, I'm going to take a look at this. Look very strong, isn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. Terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. It's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruto, please. I mean, just think about it. If you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden, you'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. Not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. Really, you don't see the weird thing you can remove there, Naruto. See, the combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 2. You found me. Cool clockwork hand you got there, sir. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Dreamer, I presume? Correct. To start talking, you tricked Professor Abraham with a bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the fact of waxwork from Mr. Madame Tusspass as well. Yes, I would be delighted to answer your many questions. But personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Wait, your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah! I see, stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then? No! Sir Sholmes! With only 7 seconds to spare. Too close to comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Try to help us get a killer and get us killed. Some sections can be completely life-altering, can't they? Fellows, that was a close shave. The gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. The gravity devices don't exist. Ooh, push it, Mr. Sholmes. Well, that was... What the hell was that about? Death wish, have ya? I'd right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe, specially designed. Dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. In fact, only safe place. Precisely. Once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. But you to look more closely. A handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. So it is. I'd always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that's unforeseen. What do you mean? Those people around, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. You seemingly endless discussion here. Who's spanning the works? Is something wrong, Gregson? Something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over it. Don't you worry, Dreamer. First, a click with me. Saw you were able to locate my workshop. That was not what I was not expecting. I got whistling from the other room. I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. Some reason. I will confine fetal today. Tightly squeezed chips. Some screw loose though, so I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. One loose, as I couldn't remember what much piece of furniture I'd written it down. Put it by the wall. To exit for the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I set them about searching for the combination code to open the safe. Blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, we failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. You hid yourself inside the safe? Or set this parcel checking? Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Weird guy. We have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently. An instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and a waxwork model you stole, which his head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor, clad in a mask with a lock so strong I know you'll be able to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough! That's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, as I forget, it's the forensic investigation team right here. Now, full well, this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? You know this, he'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madame, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. Oh, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance. Is it, Dr. Seif? Hello, Sholmes. No, it's Dr. Seif? So detecting the machine next door that's causing such a stark expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves at all. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, it would appear that our delightful and entertaining investigations have run their course for today. Mr. Sholmes! Let's leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. So get out now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. Just say one thing before I head off. For this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place. The whole workshop would have been blown to bits. This here was a time bomb sitting here, but this lot disarmed. Spectre. Someone giving you a chuckle, has it? Dreamer? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Eh? What are you? That one? Yeah, you mean... Later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Sir Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. To be continued. I'm way too into this case. Let's go back to trial. 24th of October, 9:11 a.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Morning here, Mr. Naruhodo. Morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. Should be. Unified, with nothing left to... Morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Shums, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle. That's why I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will! I realize it was a mistake, but But I feel as I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Well, look, some praise, have you not? Because in my direction, Alright, I don't follow. Spell it up. I, the great Sherlock Sholmes! Great detective of worldwide acclamation. Someone got the hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. Miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... My sleep was quite impregnable. I just had to employ a full gamut of tactics. She pulled the gloves off, shook me, poked my cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. A boiling cup of her latest experimental bled on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, hers has been busy. I wouldn't have her to go that far. She's too nice. Such the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blending tea. Well, Iris, this is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Why to cut in? Oh, it's Victor Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this lively early hour? Well, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grim expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? But I don't know. Sir? Anyway, it's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday, feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hopes I had to jump through to get this brought out to the archives. Professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Killed 5 members of the aristocracy. Guilty in a close trial 10 years ago now. It's all done under wraps. It was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Yoink. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us alone lot of the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Bye. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're gonna lay all this to rest at last. Wish you the best of luck, Professor. Pals, he'll be in there today, will he? Freeber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. You say you managed to find him in just one day. Really? Hey, you bought so much? So, under the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. Just before, actually. Foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. '24th October, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Soon the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Vince has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. For me, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. Presumably, today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. I've instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, couldn't be anyone else. While suffering from amnesia. Really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard. He has done a fine job responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. And you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him witness shortly. Very good, very good. Well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. We all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. Take a man's life with a conjuring trick. It's against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Freak Sergeant should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence. And settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all. So ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine was installed at the experimentation stage, deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage! I heard this grave news yesterday. So, yeah, I submitted a report in my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, which result produced ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. What little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. Thank you. Did it to destroy the evidence, did you? That Enoch Dreamer. Court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Yoink. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation of Scientific Act was revoked. However, before further investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the offences here, the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. It was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and whose ultimately caused the loss of control. Objection! Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. Who accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. That Mr. Aspen died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. And thus to the professor, being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. Mr. Enoch Dreamer, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Aspen. What exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? Intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. Prosecution calls for the engineer, Mr. Enoch Dreamer, to the stand. Alright, time to battle. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Dreamer. Occupation. hard to pin down, I would say. Monocle? Yes, my eye feels as though I've seen it somewhere before. Oh, you too? Exactly the same feeling myself. Indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. I'm really just... That has no bearing on this trial. I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Dreamer, struck the last machine in the experiment. So investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. The device, if you ask me, typical modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! You to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? That's very much my belief. We studied it.
Objection!
We've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. Established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings, the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. This merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more. But we've broadcasting long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. This guy has quite the weird... It's kind of weird. No, Professor, approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Aspen's introduction, me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. There's no trick. Though the show was a fraud, it could have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? Saw the bug gauge appear above their heads and then crashed headfirst in the crystal tower. Terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science under flawed somehow? Body double. Same, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. Conjuring principle. Achieved without substituting the original will fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Aspen had no twin siblings. It's my understanding Ernest is well versed in conjuring awfulness. Signs do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims, namely the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Do you mean? These proceedings but the true nature of your past explains to light, Mr. Dreamer. You, my lord, swindler. Based on innocent scientists solicits government grant money for conjuring know-how. Possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. Surely my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. The witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. The police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in Science Dare. Yes, that's true. We found it there ourselves. So, we can always be fortunate with physical manifestation with sufficient skill. While I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive warehouse to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert the explosion of the machine was... Fortunate accident? Oh, of course. A deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science. So for the defense, you cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Press everything first and foremost.
Hold it!
So we're already acquainted with Mr. Aspen himself? Not really. By chance I've seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. No interest in his private affairs. He's an unscrupulous investor. It's no concern of mine. People pay their bills. I take out my tools and good shop what they ask for. Some virtue in particular, then. Who could say? I assume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. And excellence in fraud. To gauge. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. But the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. You might say that, but her harebrain certainly has. A mind like no other. This guy's voice is changing like 50 years.
Hold it!
That you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. The reason is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. Possibility that we could explore. Wait out. The machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. Really nothing left to explore, is there? Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosion device of some kind. Nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. I know all this from this outset. But in any case, abundantly clear the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Hold it!
That's it.
Objection!
You just heard. Perhaps my lone friend was listening earlier. Mr. Asmund had no twin siblings. Well, I heard you before. Afraid I hope Alan quite left me. It could have been a trick. There was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. You absolutely ruled it out as a possibility. Beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Aspen, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. What's found at the scene attests to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked like them to Mr. Aspen then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looks identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
Hold it!
At first, you say. Many witness reports from there at the time, yes. We're not there at the exhibition grounds on the day. Unlikely. I really leave my workshop. Yeah, another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I labored over for many months. Today with my own eyes, but cage plummeting head first into the tower. What a surprise. The victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? Should you come by that information? An infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. In the reports, 2 injuries were found on the victim's body. It's been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the defendant, and a broken vertebrae as a result of fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. It's a fatal one. Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such thing could be determined. We do know he died, having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. He found in a barricade with his neck broken. Literally fell from a considerable height. Suppose that's hard to deny. All the spectators saw it crash head first, did it? Hold this objection! We have examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, is named in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That would just be expected, surely. I agree. Damage itself is entirely understandable. It doesn't make sense. is the location of that damage? All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of what it should be. That's right, my lord. Just shows that the scene is damaged at its base. So we have a report to the birdcage, falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were 2 birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah. What's some of that orange text? That's weird. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Hi. Well, examine the facts. There's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. Multiple witnesses' reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage was just in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. Above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It seemed to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower and an ensuing deflagration. Such chaos are not notoriously unreliable. It was broken!
Objection!
Covered 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. Fell. It would have been surprising to find 1 or 2 of his vertebrae crushed. Oh good, what are you doing now? Scientific analysis events from the prosecution there. To be even more rigorous. You would have to say it was only 1 vertebrae, actually. Quiet for long. Find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. Clear as swindler and wanting to deceive a personal friend of his. Establish this deception. Do it right. Sorry? That's the undertone here. And there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. Wasn't a trick. Playing he demonstrates. What? Examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Dreamer, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. We had him there. He's acting really strange now. Nowhere else 30 feet high is there. I genuinely forget how tall this thing was. It was like, what, 15?
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Aspen on the experimentation stage, that's true. His neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was not altered to 60 feet. The tower was 30 feet up. The difference is 30 feet is therefore the total distance that the birdcage fell. The only location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. There you go. The victim himself must have been beamed from the stage onto the sky above the crystal tower. Scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Only all the spectators in the day saw it. From 30 feet through the air. I mean, irritatingly, yes.
Hold it!
Understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. I said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. Finding manifold problems have foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. Accused of stealing those ideas, for example. Also, to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Ow. Very good point. Do it for yourself, Mr. Naruto. The point is, experiment result in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving our hypothesis. Certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? The machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion. It's been impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. Established that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science. No grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Hairbrain's innocence. I understand tricked Professor and used him. Managed with his naivety and used his unbending belief in his work, and won't let him get away with it. The Professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's. What on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Okay. So what if... I'm gonna... Hear me out. Hear me out on this one, right? Yesterday we had this whole discussion, right? In yesterday's trial even. About this stupid balloon thing. About the stupid balloon and the possibility of it having the dude in it. So, if we push this here... Nope, no, okay. That's dumb. We'll have to accept the penalty given. The statement is 30 feet high. Nowhere else 30 feet high. I kind of have to think about this. Hold this objection. Here. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. Note that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down to the crystal tower. Fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! Well, it appears this fence has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, Counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. Is it 30 feet? The stage itself? My whole... The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. That's exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Consul. Turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. Diagram, in fact. We'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When it got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Moment, the floor in the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have been fallen almost exactly the same distance. So that my objection has just been gone. Once again, my lord, get wrecked, by the way, you idiot. This man is getting owned. This all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two!
Objection!
Murdered friend. There's no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at a photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal relay that formed the floor of the machine is undone! We've blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. Fall through space below the stage should be investigated. Immediately! Mr. Dreamer. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis of sound or not makes no difference. It's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Aspen's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Dreamer! Gah. Nice pose.
Objection!
Poor. Need new animation for that. My learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. Did you really pour that? Would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. You really just poured a whole new cup. Had that intricate animation just to crush it. Lamal. What? False. Yes, hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, after experiment, this was what nowhere you can assume. Yes. Dinner. Burgers. Chat, let me get my drink and then we'll get going. Back to the case. I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Dreamer has no opportunity to switch the other pair of bird cages. But why wouldn't have needed to? Nonsense with the crossbow. This bullshit case at all. Staging a man who fresh in the tower, but wanted the same. Investigation things are hard. It's unequivocal on that point. Flaw in your citation. Distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? No reason to do so. Motive? Everything myself? Here, a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? In which the Mr. Dreamer entered with the victim, Mr. Aspen, reads, receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 40%, certainly very favorable contractual conditions. A important provision bolted onto that clause. Provision may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Words of either of us were to die, it would become null and void. See, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Aspen's death. In fact, saying more, the witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit this alleged crime. Possibly Mr. Trevor, of nothing as you suggest, is nil. Somewhat wide of the mark. Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Thank you. Yoink. That's true. I had no opportunity to switch the birdcage on your stage with the one in the Crystal Tower. Wouldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Stick to your argument. It's still true, however. 2 birdcages. The prosecution unable to deny that. Right line, Mr. Narhado. No doubt, the word aspects of your recitation. Notable truths, too. Well, it would seem. But there's no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. This is about the machine I built. And so my petition is defiled. Set the record straight, I think. The culprit.
Objection!
Hold this objection. Beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, and now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. Administration was constructed and set up in entirety by you, Mr. Dreamer. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. This means it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself. points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, I'm suggesting... My lord, Dreamer had an accomplice. Accomplice now. Well done, I presume. You're prepared for what's to come. You're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. Decisions turn out to be false. Then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. I think I have a very good idea of who is in working with this man. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and informally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? Yes, I do. What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. Now for sure, Dreamer an accomplice. Or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer, what's my stance going to be? Dreamer have an accomplice, or not? Name the accomplice. I have... Offense is ready to name Mr. Dreamer's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Bring points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. The inconsistency itself is a clue. Oh. Is that my clue? I was about to go to accuse somebody else, to be honest. I was about to go accusing the person, the waxwork person. In fact, do I have them in my... Do I literally even have her? No. Well, that's no, slightly weird. But I do have Scythe, which is going to ruin my... This is very stupid, by the way. My lord? I've received a stark warning already, but nevertheless determined. And I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Draper's accomplice? Well, she is there. Well, that's not really helpful. But no. No. That isn't the clue. The clue that gave me my help. You see, there is one person who had the opportunity to do everything to help him out. One person who was there always. Leader of the forensic investigation team. Presenting for the court's consideration, Courtney Scythe. Person in question is... What's wrong, my Lebanese friend? Surely fear doesn't blind your tongue now. You're a little late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. We'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mrs. Ito. This appears larger than life. You'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright, done. Here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Dreamer in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe! What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe! Forensic investigation team, the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim! Two bird cages. So who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? In front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the air is immediately sealed off. We're banished to make way for a forensic investigation team. It occurred within that team's presence. Court determines exactly what happened following the incident. And Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You got a nerve, lad! Aim for the mud! Very well. Work out there. How dare you call her a criminal? But friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. Business of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. The prosecution demands you address at once. Oh my word! The victim's doppelganger. What? Was exchanged for another. That cage must also contain a body. And yet, seeing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. It means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Aspen. It's true that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have been one person inside each. I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet. Have I? What I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved. I will present evidence, believe it or not. Because now we have a clue. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns. I'm presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Aspen's body double. Good gracious! Evidence! Oh, this isn't filibustering counsel. It's expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Body double in the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. This would only see them from 60 feet away. So that appeared out of explosions, some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! Double inside the second birdcage was presenting for the court's consideration this waxwork head. The victim, Mr. Aston, was inside the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. Or he could have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. It's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into Crystal Tower. Counsel, according to a somewhat elaborate version of events, that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Steel yourself. Come out with it. Thank you, Miss Suzuto. So I was saying, body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there.
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nepalese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Now, Roanosuke, this is the time to show your Japanese spirit. Observe, it's a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous Glen murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensics investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. Moved on to indicting waxworks. It's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? Something like the victim. But could I resemble him less? What sort of justification could you give? Want to know why? Mr. Dreamer. What? This day's Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration. Mr. Dreamer abducted this medal from Madame Tussipel's. Did you say abducted? 2 days after the incident, the Great Exhibition returned it to the museum. Then, the timing. This is true, Mr. Dreamer. First, I couldn't see why Mr. Dreamer would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. Now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Aspen. Burger.
Objection!
Renaud the jury. Hearing the defense astonishing proposal. She's deceiving some wretched scientists. That he did so, including the country's finest coroner, on a public stage in front of a vast audience. That to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! Yes, if we put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. Lord! Speak if you please. Oh, great. It's time for our first examination, at long last. It's been forever. From my colleagues, I've reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, gentlemen of the jury, you will state the rulings for the court to hear now.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty!
You're about to use the corn. Bruh. Alright, summation examination, here we go. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury's reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. Get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do. We uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual. See if I can persuade them to change their minds. Now embark on the summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? Yeah, my lord. Very well. Yes, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime with which he is charged. Judicial findings. No doubt, woman, she has. Never been accomplice to anything. Nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. Surely the box record man's soul has nothing to do with the coroner, isn't it? Is it? Probably the members of the police. I do not trust them much. No rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Someone found my evidences. It's not proper job, is he? Well, damn it! Oh, great. Surprisingly, his introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. His face is obscured and his beard in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only plot my lord friends to tell him that, seeing that it as Mr. Aspen's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. Yes, I know it seems extraordinary. Point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. You thinking, Mr. Naruto? Why at the moment? It feels though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? I'm convinced. Something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, that's the case. You'll prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Agreed. To find a way out of this. So, you may proceed with the juror summation examination. Yes, my lord. Right, question.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. Copper, lad. It's Copper's discretion to blend the rules sometimes when these must. Won't go that. There I start. God, for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. The Metropolitan Police Service in town for 30 years, you know? Times have changed. Thought I didn't trust cops back when I started. Rough. Fight crime. And then we had to fight the wind of public trust as well. When we did. Science is in its infancy too, even more than it is now. She spearheaded the revolution. Safe, you mean? That's right, about 10 years ago now, was. Still youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making her name for herself as a top-class coroner. Look at her. It is a forensic investigation team. Woman, no less. Well, what you be complaining? It's what we dreamt of back then, I tell you. I mean, without holding that gun in the air. Oh, just as loud. Full of him we are. Full of him. That's coming across loud and clear. We're only just trying to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? Was it Solar Pot Street was caught 2 days ago flat. Well, that's real policing for you. Really not relevant to this case, is it? Wrong there. Dr. Seif in charge of examining the bodies. It's rising from her work that led to the rest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. Right. Oh, and it's the forefront of this country's fight against crime. Someone involved in this murky business is a load of little tosh. And it was up to me to press the drawers their way around.
Hold it!
Did you assume that? Well, quite simply because that insulting Swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightful, even romantic, if there was somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? What a society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day. Even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this corner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. Did she just... Wait, I totally blanked on that. And didn't realize that she just did that. That's the woman's stance. And perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Seif would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Thank you.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions, performing on the street. Right, let's see. It's like artists such as myself cannot appear on stage when we work in close proximity to our audiences. Great magic in parks, street corners, and the like. Police is an excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me.
Something to add? You have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole. Who are you calling Master Murderer? Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look like anything like the man. Want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. We could move on. Really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. You do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? Got fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust we did. By Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. But did you? You've called the coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. And Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. The best of the best. Put the forces on. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Seif's maiden name. Her maiden name? That was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. Seif now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, the names of the great policing, not like now. Are you telling me that Courtney Stevens and Courtney Seif are the same person? She was 29 then. Christ. You're up, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Yes, I don't see why not. Thank you.
Hold it!
The administration was a trick. I did. There's more to one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? Given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there would have been no need to use a real person. Use what could at least additives to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much of criminals are governed by decency. I want to make a claim about that. Waxwork being inside the birdcage. Some evidence. But it's just not science. Hold on a minute. Enoch Drebber. Damn. Enoch Drebber, E. Drebber, Cody Assman. Oh, I didn't notice that the first time round. How did I completely miss this? Is it Naruto? Is it? And the boil is just below here. There seems to be some very dark red stain. Right. Looks like blood, actually. Why is there blood on this camera? Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. That's very strange. Very strange indeed. Should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. These might could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Let's set the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Not. Oh, wait, yes, evidence! I have evidence, alright. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. With your black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. You don't trust anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves Waxwork inside that birdcage. Namely... Hey, you want to check this out? We found this in the Professor Waxwork novel. What's that? A piece of glass. It's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the Waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glasses developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower. Holy smoke! Exactly! The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. In question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. That's the small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of this assertion has been placed before you. As I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, reasoning is sound, it's fair to say colour shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've said to me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. Case drawer number 4. You will amend your statement now, please.
Hold it!
So ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb, he's been going on the back of the farm. Picked him off with me on the way to town. It's a proper nibbler, he is. The nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. We could wait until after the trial. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Colonels all times like this. Big decide, Colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble 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 guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty not out. Be bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Perhaps it's asking for fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. Its fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Not at least wait until you have more time to find truth before saying undefended skill. Ooh, I don't know about that. Your thumb's always full already. Amazing. Great pun. far-fetched to think that the Mexican professor was in the birdcage. On the other hand, this explains a lot. It really is the reason why that particular blacksmith had to be used as Mr. Essence's double. Jurors understand it. So I'm sure that's the key to this. The most puzzling part of it, too. You should see what additional information you can glean while trying to change the jurors' minds. But while eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruto, sure you can do this. Right, yes.
Hold it!
It was legendary, was she? What did you say? Still the best corner in the land. The forensic investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish, that would never pass my lips. Describe anybody that way, ever. Not if they're still in the game. I think the point you're trying to make that Dr. Stife is extremely talented corner. Would that be fair? Then what? Well, for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman reputation through the mud. Then I didn't hear that, legendary. So...
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. It's governed by logic and science, and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks? What's the matter with all academic science subjects? It's about scientists? Honestly.
Hold it!
Money's from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. So, what is it I say when you trust the police? You're out of trouble. Wow. Just what's it? Still the star in Illusionary Spectacular. Well, I think I'll take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. Public at large for Scotland Yard, is it? Our police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? View what's happened here in London. It's a measure of what may happen at home. Yardstick. I wonder how policemen would feel listening to the way the juror speaks about the force. A word or two to same response. He did have a word or two. So what do these two have in common exactly? Who Courtney Stevens and Enoch Drebber have in common? Besides the professor, that is. Oh, wait, that's it. They do have something in common, actually.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To which statement do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? Seems that you should hear what juror number 6 said in his statement. It brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Seif, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Bloody, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. Where did I fail to see what you mean? Sife's maiden name is Stevens. Now that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to Waxwork the Killer. That has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. Very much hope there is a substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. The court to look at this. This that clearly links Dr. Seif to the mass murderer known as the Professor. Hey, here you go. Here, a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. Report? Not have. Is more, of course, the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. It's a capital offender, so. That was drawn up after the convict's execution. The killer was never made public, so the reports give few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens! It's like a light! This year's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Seif 10 years ago. A few days ago, Mr. Dever very deliberately stole the waxwork of the Professor from Madame Tussauds. Doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Aspen, at all. You suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Seif and Mr. Enoch Draper. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Quite right. Can't let this trial come to an end now. While there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best corner. So like this my day, but we're still here to uphold the justice in the end.
Hold it!
I'm gonna put these two together. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! Two statements you refer, counsel. You could put down your core for a moment, juror number 5. Ooh, you mean me? Wrong to make an accusation without evidence. Assume that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question. Without supporting evidence, this defense demonstrates to the juror sitting beside you. Ooh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? Well, it's not much the site's going to call, to be honest. Of course you don't. Yeah? Please do, sir. With some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Ah, well, me too, then. Sorry. This brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I am... wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Club or anyone who's got the stuff in between the ears. Ayy. Success! If you can call it that. Because it also, as a result of the summation examination, jury's overall leaning has changed. Jurors now called guilty, against 4 who now call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. Trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Wonderful, another wonderful victory. We are still... Wax woke up to the despicable professor. There's a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. Say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. But it appears that it does at least warrant further investigation. Looks like the professor, not least Mr. Drebber, Dr. Seif. I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. Know what you're hoping to prove, lad. Don't! Sir, by using evidence in testimony. To delve deeper into alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case. Then the prosecution calls the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tussauds. I really thought Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. So well, go to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Show now for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witnesses and prepare for her taking the stand. Madame Tussauds, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. I think we'll stop for today, because that is a good stopping point. The game is lagging like crazy at this point. I don't think it likes me playing the game anymore. So I'm gonna stop. Bye.